No, no, we're not going to do the poem. I'm not going to put you guys through that. I'm not going to do the poem. I'm going to upload that video, that whole lore video. It's going to go up tomorrow morning. So if you do want to watch that part, you can look forward to that tomorrow morning. But I think we're ready to get started here with the gameplay. So here I have Ulamuri, the High Elf Mariner, who really should be a regular elf. And we're ready to get started. So let's finally go. Yeah, Lala's right, Danny. It's like a 5-minute poem. It is pretty cool. If you wanna see it, you can always watch the video tomorrow. But I'm ready to get started.
In the year
I also think it'll be
34 of the Second Age, a great alliance of elves and men assembled in defiance of the Dark Lord's will to conquer all the lands of Middle-earth. The High Elves, the Blessed of Valinor, who suffered the greatest wraths of Sauron and Morgoth the enemy, now seek to ensure that his evil is forever banished from the world.
all right. Yeah, with the poem thing, I think it would just be super awkward if somebody's coming in like midway through it. So the thing I really hate about starting a new character is you get spammed with all these different things and I have to figure everything out. Like, look at my inventory. Look at all this stuff. What's even in here? I got some ponies. The Ring of Agility. I guess I can put that on. Got a nice cloak there. 8% out of combat run speed. That's actually nice. These are just cosmetics. Armor of the Elite Rider. And Helm's Deep. No, Danny, this is a tutorial instance specific to the High Elf class. Okay, let me take a look at my skills. I don't even know what I'm doing here. So this is a defensive stance, with your blade increasing your chance to parry incoming attacks. So plus 25% parry chance for 5 seconds. Plus 50% repost damage. I don't know what that is. I don't know anything about the Mariner, guys. I'm coming into this completely blind. Okay, so repost is a skill. It's this one. Actually does a ton of damage. Plus 30% advanced damage, plus 20% mark foe damage. Yes, power leveling is definitely a thing in this game, Danny. You know what? I think I'm just going to put red things together, blue things together, and go from there. That's my house skill. I'm just going to get rid of it for now. And then Hobbit presents. Let's open these. What is all this junk here? I got a title. I got a quest item. Requirements not met for it. Okay. Man, maybe I should have organized all this before I started streaming, so I could just jump straight into the action. But it's too late for that. So let me just get a familiar skill here. So this improves single target skill damage. Aggressive strike deals more damage. Advanced applies a bleed. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how power leveling works. I know it's a thing, but I don't really know how to do it. There are items that basically level your character up for you, so you can get to the end game, but I feel like that kind of defeats the point.
My dearest friend, as Sauron surely knows, the mastery is ours in this battle.
Alright, so, unlike my 100% playthrough series, I am not going to be reading all of the quest dialogue. I want the streams to be more action-based. Yeah, there are experience buffs, but at the same time, they straight up sell items that take you to max level for endgame. How's the quality, by the way, Danny, on the stream? Is it very pixely? I tried to start the stream earlier and the internet kept crashing, so I had to keep lowering the bit rate until I found something super comfortable. But I think I overshot and I think I might have put it too low now. It's good? Okay. Yeah, I only put 2,000 megabits per second, which is very low. They recommend at least like 4,500 for 1080p 60 frames per second, which is what I'm doing. I started at 10,000. It kept crashing. I lowered to 8,000. That kept crashing. So I just put it at 2. Oh, you're on your phone, so it probably looks fine. Definitely won't be pixely on the phone. Yeah, I should have gone around like 4,500 or 5,000, but I can't do that unless I stop the stream. So we're stuck with what we got for now. Dang, you're typing pretty fast for a phone typer. Yeah, you're right. I think once there's a lot of action and frame changes like this, if there's a lot of movement, I think it might get pixely. I'd rather it be a little pixely than have to deal with interruptions and disconnects, though. It's been so long since I made a new character in this game that I really have no idea how to get started here on the early game. The last time I made a new character was my Warden, which is for the playthrough, which was like 7 years ago. Oh, you saw it pixely when I did that? Even on your phone, so it must be bad. There's a few other people here on stream, but nobody else is chatting, so I don't know. I don't know what they're seeing on their monitor. So I already want to move this thing. I already noticed this is kind of in the way of the map. Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi, which sucks. I can't get an Ethernet cable over to where my setup is. I kind of played around with my Wi-Fi settings, though, and I basically am funneling all the Wi-Fi power to my computer and not to any other device on my network. So hopefully that helps out a little bit, too. I do find it annoying that the UI stuff doesn't save from character to character. It's like every character you have to set your UI. I'm on 5.2. I think I'm going to move this chat a little higher up here. It's not in the way. How far from the access point? Let me think. Need to kind of estimate. I'm probably... Man, I don't know. Maybe 40 feet? My Wi-Fi equipment is tucked in a closet, though, so there's a lot of stuff between me and the router. Yeah, maybe one of these days I can hit you up on Discord and we can talk about my Wi-Fi. See if you can help me optimize it a little bit. Oh, no, it's fine. I just geeked out on the lore of creating the character. I don't intend for these live streams to be like role-playing or lore-based or anything like that. I want it to be casual and laid back and fun. That's why I'm not even reading anything. I'm just kind of playing and interacting with the chat. The main thing that's lore-based for me is the 100% playthrough that I'm doing where I actually read all the quests and all that. So I'm not going to be doing that here. I'm just going to be playing for fun.
With Sauron's demands rejected, we can no longer hold hope that the Gwytherin shall stay their hands in this battle.
Although I'll be honest, I kind of wish that I was reading for this introduction here for the High Elves, because I've never played through it. I don't even know. It looks like this is... It looks like this is from the First Age. So it's like a flashback sequence to way back in the day. So it probably would have been pretty interesting to look through it. Oh well. Oh wait, what am I doing? I thought it was a little cutscene. I'm just standing here like an idiot. Alright, finally an enemy for me to spam some buttons on and see what happens. Oh my god, I one-shotted him. That was ridiculous. What? Why am I doing so much damage? Is that normal? Is that just part of the tutorial? Am I supposed to be overpowered? Or is the Mariner just overpowered? Yeah, that's pretty absurd. How much does it cost to buy max level? I don't know. I don't know. Let me take a look, actually. Take a look at the store here. I think it's called Gift of the Valor or something. Yeah, Gift of the Valor. So, oh, this takes you to level 50. And that's for 4,000 LOTRO points. I'm pretty sure there's one that takes you all the way to 140. Character race change. Character upgrades, maybe. Yeah, Aria of the Valor. Takes you to level 105. That's 6,700. Okay, I guess that's the highest one you can get. Is to level 105. It's 6,700. I have no idea how much 4,000 LOTRO points is. Let me see. So, 60 bucks. For a little more than $60, you could buy the package that gets you to level 105. Oh, Danny, how's the audio levels, by the way? Is the music too loud, too soft? Is my voice too soft, too loud?
One of the Gwytherin rode westward and scattered our numbers, but the other, he took Celeron.
Aid the wounded in the field, and let us hope that the Alliance shall arrive to drive off the enemy's forces.
I don't know about hundreds of hours. I think if you want to go straight to max level, you could definitely do it under 100 hours. Well, I don't want to say definitely. I don't know. But I think it's not that hard to max level in this game. Wonder if that skill's an AoE. I guess it'll tell me. No, it's single target. Oh, this is the anniversary celebration skill, so it's not even actually a Mariner skill. I guess this is a bad time to stream, a Friday night. With as many people watching my LOTRO series, I really was expecting at least a handful of people to be in here. Maybe like 5. But it is very late, I suppose. Yeah, I am in a kinship on my main character. It's the same kinship you were in with me, dude. It was Runic Knights. They're still around, believe it or not. The leadership has completely changed. Like, all the people you remember, they're all gone. But the kinship's still there. You remember Melkor? He was the leader back when we played together. He would literally just sit and Bree all day and manage the kinship. It's like he never played the game. Like, the kin would be going on raids, and Melkor would just sit and Bree and, like, try to coordinate the groups to get everything filled, but he would never participate himself or go in. Hey, Anna, welcome in. How are you doing tonight? And I see you got that little membership badge, so thank you for being a channel member. I do appreciate that. I know you joined that from a Lord of the Rings Online video, so hopefully you can appreciate a LOTRO stream. It's the first time I'm doing a LOTRO stream. Gonna be laid back and casual, though, not like the actual series that I'm doing. I'm not reading any of the dialogue, I'm just kind of playing and having fun. Man, how many waves of enemies do you need? Yeah, Danny, Runic Knights actually is super organized about their raiding now. Even all this time later. There's a Discord server, and it's super organized. And they don't just let anybody go raiding. They have like a membership tier to where you have to kind of earn your spot on the raids. So you start out as a novice, and once you prove yourself, then you can kind of escalate a little bit. And only the top tier people go on the main raids. I haven't really participated much in that because I'm not at the end game content yet. Oh, it's 6 a.m. where you are? Are you in Europe? Oh my god, I think I'm an idiot. See, I'm not reading the quest dialogue, so I think I'm not even supposed to be here. That's why I'm fighting endless waves. I'm supposed to be rescuing soldiers. Wounded soldiers from the orcs west of the forward garrison. So I need to go this way. Wow, I'm an idiot. Yeah, they have a pretty reliable raid calendar now as well. Okay, so I am supposed to be overpowered. I was just making sure. I was making sure it wasn't like a Mariner thing. Just one-shotting anything I come into contact with. It makes sense, I guess. As a high elf, you would expect to just touch these orcs and have them die. You weren't 15. The game came out in 2007. Yeah, I joined that kinship all the way in the closed beta. That's crazy. I've been with them this whole time.
The prince is fortunate to have survived his father's attack on the Black Gate, but the Guatharan's words trouble me.
Reunite at the forward garrison. That can't be the case, Danny. The game was out in 2007. The beta came out in 2007. It must have been at least 17. Or was the beta before 2007? Now you're making me second guess.
Our paths are now divided, dear friend.
Maybe 2006.
May the light of the Valar shine upon us.
At your service. Or perhaps you are at mine.
Gotta blow up some barrels. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say then. Maybe the beta was before the game came out, significantly before. I do remember when I first played the beta, it was like playing a PowerPoint slideshow. My computer was just so horrific. I would literally play the game at like 4 frames per second. Totally unplayable, but I was so into it that I still played like that anyway. And then I bought a computer on eBay specifically to be able to play Lord of the Rings online. And I got scammed big time. I was dealing with like a total scammer. And instead of just like letting me know that he scammed me, he strung me along for like months. So not only did I get scammed, but I couldn't do anything about it for months because I was still expecting this computer to come or something. I could have cut my losses and figured something out, but I just sat there for months waiting for a computer. And then like months later, that dude mails me a computer, which is 100% not what I ordered. It was like this crappy used computer with terrible parts in it, and it could barely run Lord of the Rings Online, so it defeated the whole purpose of getting it. And this was when I was a kid, man. If you were 15, I must have been 15 too. So I didn't have any money. That was like my life savings into that. And then the worst part of getting scammed with that computer is that I started saving up for another computer. I picked up a job and I started working minimum wage, which at the time was $5.25 an hour at a movie theater. Saved up a ton of money and I went all out on like a super expensive laptop, which was that Alienware. and turns out that it had faulty design, and so it overheated very easily to the point where it melted the plastic off the lid of the laptop. It was absurd. So that whole thing didn't last long either. Yeah, I thought it was just me, but then I started looking it up, and yeah, that model specifically had problems, and lots of people were having their laptops literally just melt on them. And then I was having all these technical issues with this computer that I currently have. That's why I couldn't stream this morning, which is what I wanted to do.
Your tale troubles me, my friend. For Omroth spoke of a terrible figure that passed with an elf slung across his steed.
But you know what it is. I can't complain about this computer. This computer has served me very well. I've had it since 2016, 2017. So many years, and it still handles pretty much every game I throw at it, and I can record. So no complaints. Just more recently, I started having a little bit of issues. Yeah, I told you I was going to do the CPU to stream, but I played around a little bit and I figured out how to have one of my video cards totally dedicated to OBS. So now one video card is running the game and the other one is running OBS. So, should be okay. Yeah, I'm getting good frame rate here. In the 90s. The real question, though, is what kind of frame rate will I get in Minas Tirith? That's a game issue, though. That's not a computer issue.
The Witch King has taken Felaron to the Overlook. We must pass through the Easterling encampment ahead.
Man, this is a long intro instance. Hey, what did you end up doing with that Alienware, by the way? Didn't I send that to you? Yeah, I'm eager to level this guy up and start figuring out the different combo rotations. And figure out what this thing's all about. Balance shifts fore and aft. My character feels so slow. I'm used to my Warden with the Forced March. How much is Forced March? Is it 20% faster run speed? I don't even know. But I'm definitely feeling it. 38. It's 38% faster? Wow. That's a lot. No wonder I'm feeling it. I wonder what beginner area I want to go through. I like all three of them. I like Bree. I like the Shire. I like Ered Luin. I know there's the new Before There's Shadow area, but I don't want to do that because I've never played that content before. And I want to do it fresh on my main playthrough with the Warden. Oh, weird. Rivendell. You're not a fan of running around with pies and mailbags, Danny? Yeah, the human start area, which is Breeland, that's definitely the most versatile one. And the other two regions kind of funnel you there anyway.
It brings me great joy to see you upon your feet once more, my friend.
You know, I've just kind of been clicking through this tutorial area, but I can tell that the developers actually put a lot of thought into this and really went to the lore for it. I can tell. I guess this was part of the update whenever they introduced the High Elves. You know, I'm going to see where this pops me once I leave the beginner area. And wherever I end up, that's probably where I'll stay. And I'm assuming since he's a high elf, he'll probably be in Ered Luin, which is the elf and dwarf starting area. Yeah, the docks. You're definitely thinking of Ered Luin. There were like some dwarf pirates on those ships at the docks. Let me see. Yeah, we're in Rivendell. Eriador. Ered Luin. Yeah, right. You're thinking of this map here. And you're thinking of the Kellendul docks. That's what you're thinking of. There are some good quest chains there. I like the dwarf part more than the elf part in Ered Luin. Over at Thorin's Hall and some of those locations. I think those are a lot of fun. I supposed to go outside now? No, I cannot use that. Did I miss him? I ran all around here. Yeah, when I started my 100% playthrough,
We last traveled together from Imladris, my friend.
I actually wanted to do a dwarf, but I wanted to do a warden more than I wanted a dwarf, and dwarves can't be wardens, or at least they couldn't at the time. I think now they can. So I went with the hobbit. Okay, let me look at all these rewards. Man, that's a nice ring. Physical mastery, critical rating, agility, vitality. I don't know what stats the Mariner needs to be stacking. I'm thinking probably agility, right? I'm thinking agility is probably a big one. Anybody in chat have any experience with the Mariner and know what stats I should be looking for initially? Normally, I kind of research things, but I'm kind of coming into this blind, and I don't want to stop the stream and like look up stuff about the Mariner. I just kind of want to go with the flow. Danny, you're probably thinking of Angmar. Angmar is the big gloomy map before at around the level you made it to. Oh, I don't have to choose. I'm literally getting every single one of these rewards. That's insane. That's like an inventory full of rewards. And then I can do a dagger. Can't use axes. So I'll choose the dagger. And this is just to accept. It's not even to end yet. Talk to Elrond, gather your belongings, and depart. Agility for the DPS line. That's what I thought. That was my initial hunch. Is that... Yeah, it makes sense that they need agility. Still not. Oh my god. See, this is what happens when you don't read the quests. You're just like randomly clicking things, hoping you're doing the right thing. Maybe instead of reading, I can at least pay a little bit of attention. They plan on updating that whole system? What system do you mean? Like the Mariner combat system or what?
Eladon and Elrohir are to follow an expedition to the ruins of Ethereum, and they shall see you to Kelandi in the course of their travels.
Alright, very good. Level 2. Let me put on some gear. Get the boots. Let me drop some of these things here. Got another ring here. Oh no, I dropped my boots, but I kind of regret it because I think cosmetically it would have been interesting. See, like I kind of want to keep these Mariner clothes. Oh well. Not the end of the world. So this ring... Let me see. I'll probably replace it with the copper one. Oh, they're revamping the main stats system? I had no idea. I'm generally not up to date with like the current Lord of the Rings Online news just because I'm so behind on the content that I'm mainly worried about content that's years old, you know? Oh no, this Peacekeeper cloak is way better. I don't know why they gave me like 500 rings here. And the dagger. Okay. I think we're good. Then let me go ahead and move this as well. Okay. Let me move this thing up here.
I am certain Father has told you all about the journey ahead. But do not worry. The matter of his dream need not trouble you.
Okay, so we are definitely in Eredluin. This is probably where I'll quest. Hobnanigans. I'll definitely accept the prologue. I'm gonna decline Hobnanigans. And looks like I got a bunch of skills here. I didn't even notice. I guess when I look... Oh, I'm level 6. Okay. Let me see some of these. Advance. And I got mail. I'm getting spammed with like a million things here. Yeah, let me put all these red things together. The blue ones. This is return home. Current location is Celadomin. Okay, so I got a thrust, which is basically a quick thrust forward. Improves single target skill damage. Aggressive strike deals more damage. So I'm assuming aggressive strike is going to be another skill that I'll get at some point. And then advance. Finishers deal increased damage. I have no idea what any of this is talking about. I think I'm just going to improvise, and then maybe after the stream I'll kind of read up on the Mariner and really actually figure out what I'm doing. Yeah, plus 50% finisher skill damage. I have no idea what that is. On guard, get plus 5% run speed for 10 seconds. Plus 100% thrust damage. So I could start with on guard, and then if I do a thrust, that's basically double damage. That's pretty nice. Let me put it up here for now, right above it, so it kind of reminds me. And then this is plus 50% repost damage. So that's repost, so let me put that above that. And then this is more defensive. Gives you evade. Disengage will apply a heal. And then lunge. So I guess these skills here, I guess this bar needs to be over in the red section before I can use them. Disengage gives mitigation. And then this one here, Belly on Brine, removes 1 disease, wound, fear, or poison. Okay. Alright, guys. Give me about 60 seconds. I'm just going to go grab a drink real quick. Feeling a little parched. Okay, I am back with some hydration. Should be good to go. I must take the ring to Mordor. Which ring? I have like 7 in my inventory. Alright, let me start picking up some quests here. Feels so weird to be picking up quests and not reading them. I'm so used to reading everything.
Could you help me with something?
VIP rewards. Yeah, these are nice because I think you can do subscriber town services. You can just summon that wherever. Or you can do this where you don't take any damage wear.
Greetings, friend.
Oh, you get both of them. I don't have to choose. Oh my god, look at all this stuff in my inventory. What is all this? See, I set up my UI on my main character 7 years ago, so I don't remember how to set everything up like I did. Like in my main character, I don't have 5 different bags. I kind of merged them all into one. This is the annoying thing about starting a new character. You get spammed with like so much stuff here. Like an 11-year gift box, and then the 12-year, 13, 14, all the way back to 1. That's crazy. Yeah, 10-year. Oh yeah, by the way, guys. I feel like I should say this. But you'll see that I got a bunch of items here for the pre-order for the Corsairs of Umbar. I got all the stuff for the Ultimate Fan Edition. And although I am an ultimate fan of Lord of the Rings Online, I did not get this. So it was actually gifted to me by the development team of Lord of the Rings Online. They were kind enough to give me the Ultimate Fan bundle for the Corsairs of Umbar expansion. So that was really cool of them. I definitely appreciate it. They didn't ask me to do anything for it. They never told me to promote the content or anything. They just noticed that I make a lot of Lord of the Rings Online content. And of course, they would never need to ask me to do it because I'm a walking promotion for the game. I've been uploading it for 8 years now, so obviously I enjoy the game and can't say enough good things about it. But I do appreciate them. I was trying to figure out if I could get a code to do a giveaway for you guys as well. Like just a regular edition of the expansion, but apparently they don't sell codes. If I were to buy it, it would just directly apply to my account. I can't buy it and gift it. So I reached out to them to see if maybe I could get a code to do it that way. If that's the case, maybe in a future stream I'll do a giveaway, but it just depends if they're able to do that for me or not. I think I also get like a parrot pet, which would be cool. I'm looking for the parrot. I don't know. I don't want to turn this into an inventory management stream, but... Oh my god, look at this. Look at this freaking earring, man. Plus 25 legendary item, mounted combat XP. Plus 25% experience gain. I'll equip that. Fleet Merchant Steed requires riding, so I need to wait for that. Man, I totally forget all of the early game stuff. Like, I don't even remember how to get the riding ability. Let me see the cosmetic armor here. Let me put all these here so it's at least somewhat organized. I guess it looks kind of cool. Should I wear that? Maybe I will. Let me see. Let me go to outfit 1 here, and I'll just put everything in there. Alright, alright. See, it's so annoying. You get spammed so hard. With all new characters. Shoulder guards. Then the robe. Okay. There you go. Now I'm wearing the outfit. Looks pretty decent, I guess. And what is this? Tome of the Fennec Fox. I thought it was supposed to be a parrot. I don't want a fox. I want a parrot. Let me see the fox, though. It's pretty cool. Looks a little albino. Some giant ears. Then what else do we got? Swashbuckler's frame. Let me equip that. It's an interesting frame. Fleet Merchant's frame. Let's see that one. See, that looks a little cooler. And the Tidebreaker frame. That one's the best. I'm going to do that one. Okay, what else can I open here? The Title Writ, 7 stars. I can just get rid of that. It would at least clear it from my inventory. 10-year Mordor frame. Corsairs of Umbar Ultimate Fan Bundle bonus items. Here we go. I think that's where the parrot is. Yeah, there we go. The parrot. I'm very eager to see this parrot. Oh, yeah. Nice. Very cool. I'll have that thing follow me around. What else do I have? Tidebreaker's Weapon Aura. Your weapon glows? Okay, so it just makes your weapon glowy. Interesting. How do I unequip? Oh, you just put it in a... This is all so new and weird to me. I don't know what's going on. Tidebreaker Cosmetic Raiment. And then the Swashbuckle emote. Let's see what that's all about. It's a pretty cool emote. Fleet Merchant's Circlet. Let me see how that looks. Okay, I'll keep that on there. Man, I really wish I remembered how to merge all of my inventories into one. I just don't want to stop to look it up. I already feel like I'm taking way too long going through my inventory here. I feel like I should get going. Oh my god, you see, you open one thing and you get like 30 more boxes to open. Nah, you know what? We're gonna get going. Or I'll be here all day. We're gonna get going. I'll figure that out on my own later. That's enough inventory stuff for now.
You may be of service to me.
Is the music too soft on your end? It feels a little soft in my headphones. The writing skill is the green gift package in your bag 3. You're paying like way better attention to this than I am. I definitely appreciate it. There we go. Apprentice writing. Journeyman writing. Smell the roses. What is this thing? Using the skill will teach you the skill to toggle your mount speed buffs on and off. This skill suppresses all mount speed buffs on your character. Why would I want to do that? I don't know why I'd want to do that. You don't hear any music, Danny? Are you serious? Let me crank this up to like 50. Outfitting yourself and others. That's a quest item. Alright, so I think now with the writing skill, I can at least use this steed here. Oh, that's a cool looking steed. I like it. Nice. Smell the roses is useful if you're playing a group of people who don't have the fancy writing skill. You see, it's like all these things that I read about 7 years ago that I don't even remember are a thing because I'm so used to them. Like the fact that you're slightly faster at writing than most people if you have like the VIP writing skill or whatever. I don't know. I need to get some action here. I feel like I'm doing a bad job with this stream because I feel like I'm just like rambling about all this stuff in my inventory. Let's pick up some quests. Oh, this is the guy that changes the landscape difficulty. Since I don't know how to play this class, I'm going to hold off on that, but I may come back to it and increase the difficulty.
Will you stay a moment?
Let me move this mount out of the way, though. Let me put him over here. It's kind of disappointing that they changed the map. Like the actual map here. If you guys remember when the game first came out, it was a much more interesting looking map. It was hand-drawn. It was very beautiful. But I think they stopped creating those for newer regions. So they wanted to make it uniform across all areas. And that's why they stopped making... Or they changed this, I guess.
Megovanen, might you spare a moment of your time?
I'm not going to pick up any crafting right now. Let me go kill some creatures. Might figure out a better place for this. It feels a little awkward here. Loot pending. My inventories are already full. No, I have auto loot on my main character, so I forgot you have to manually loot things unless you have that setting. Interesting. Alright, so now let me try this thing, because it should give me 100% thrust damage for 10 seconds. And then after that, see, now I'm doing double damage with it. So just a 1, 2, 3 is basically killing these guys pretty quickly. Actually, let me go to that epic quest ring all the way to the southwest first. I can always swift travel back. Guy looks a little big for that horse. I don't know why.
What do you need?
What are these? Oh, it's a brawler item. Interesting. Gauntlets. Lanen's knife. That's 4.9 DPS. That's better than what I have. Let me make this my main hand target. And then this one can be my secondary weapon. There we go.
Mind my words, traveler. Stay a moment.
Mind my words, traveler.
Wolf Slayer Deed. It's been a while since I've done that. Got some new skills, I guess, from that next level. So I think I want to switch these two around. I think this one is faster. What's the cooldown on this? Doesn't say. Can you do Gamba on YouTube streams? I've never seen it on a YouTube stream. I've seen it on Twitch streams. Nice, that was a one-shot kill there. See, I wish I could multi-stream to other platforms as well, but the fact that I was trying to stream at a higher bitrate to just one platform and it couldn't handle it makes me think that if I'm trying to send data to two platforms, it's just not going to happen. I do have a Twitch channel, but I never streamed on there. And for anyone in chat, by the way, feel free to give me your opinions about what I should do with this character. I have no plans whatsoever. I just thought it would be fun to do a Lord of the Rings online stream, and then once the developers reached out to me with the Umbar code, I thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to make a Mariner, and I'll stream it. I will say that ever since I read about the Mariner, I got really excited because I thought this is like the perfect kind of character for me. It's right up my alley. Obviously, I'm not going to do anything permanent with it while I have the main Lord of the Rings online series going, but I thought it would be fun to come on here and play around. But, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean, Anna. Just have fun. That's definitely the goal. I just don't know... I don't know... in a content creation sense what to do with it. Maybe I should just stream every once in a while, just when I feel like it. If I should try to stream like once a month or something. I don't know. Wait, why am I still killing wolves? I got carried away. I was just killing wolves. I'm done with that. Name my pet breadstick. All right, let me figure it out. I don't think you can name the parrots. You can name the horse.
What can I do for you?
Although I forgot how to name the horse. See, all these things that I already set on my main character, I completely forgot how to actually do. I just set it and forget it.
Might you spare a moment of your time? How can I be of service?
I like that little cap. That looks kind of funny. It's like a little Smurf hat. I might get that just for the cosmetic of it. Okay, so it looks like I can wear medium armor. For whatever reason, I thought that I could only wear light armor. I think I want to keep the 1 agility while sacrificing 3 armor. So I'm just going to get the heavy one so I can sell it. Okay, you can name the parrot. Anna, you are like saving the stream today. You would think I have not been playing this game ever since it was in alpha, right? It's like I have no idea how to do anything, yet I've been playing the game for 15 years or whatever. So let me do CPET rename. Let me call him Breadstick. No, I do have to make a breadstick. Alright, let's see. Well, how do I select it? I can't even, like, select my parrot. Yeah, I can't click on it. How do I, like, see his name or whatever? Yeah, whatever. Oh, floaty names. You're right. I just always play with floaty names off. But there you go. You got Breadstick the Parrot. Nice. Yeah, whenever I see other people playing Lord of the Rings online, everybody has floaty names on, but I hate floaty names. It feels like it just clutters up your screen with a bunch of words. So I always play with it off. Specialization needed. I'm definitely going to spec for Red, the Duelist. So I got 7 points already to spend. Let me look at some of this. Lean forward. Plus 2% 4-state buff damage. See, none of this means anything to me. I don't know what 4-state is. I'm assuming it's like the red part of this meter, whatever that means. Deep punctures. Strikes leave your enemies bleeding longer. I like that. I'm a big fan of bleeds and damage over time. As you probably know from my Warden gameplay. And then we got basically just increased damage to swords play skills, so that seems important. And then a Duelist Honor, you get positional damage. You're most comfortable when fighting an opponent fairly face to face. For a Mariner, a positional is achieved by being in front of the enemy. So that's basically increased damage for standing in front of the enemy, which, anyway. The only time you're not doing that is if you're doing group content. Looks like I'm back. I'm really annoyed. I don't know what's going on. And I didn't realize the stream was down because on my end it looked like it was fine. But I'm really annoyed because I've tested everything and obviously my internet's working because I was playing. And while the stream was down, I did a speed test and my upload speed was totally fine. It was uploading normally. It was uploading 50 megabytes per second. No, it went down, Danny. I just don't know why it went down. I don't know. I guess it was down for a really long time and I didn't even notice. I just thought everybody left the chat. Any ideas? You're the tech guy. I mean, while it was down and it wasn't sending any data, I did the speed test and my upload speed was totally fine. So it was uploading for the test, but YouTube was not receiving the data. I mean, most of the time when I've had streams go down, like my internet actually went down. Like I get a little notification and I get booted off the game because it disconnects. But this time, everything looked to be totally fine. I was sending and receiving data, no problem. That's a bummer. There was a good, like, 5 people in here. 5 or 6. I thought they all just left. I would have left, too, if the stream just died.
Megovanen. Stay a moment. Might you spare a moment of your time?
Yeah, I don't know what else to do to troubleshoot this internet. And you can't really know if it's going to work or not until you're actually in the middle of a stream.
The sorrows of the Eldar are never ending. My heart cannot sing today. Will you hear my sorrows?
No. I generally will not leave this stream unless I say something, you know? I think it's weird to just leave out of nowhere. I'll at least say bye or something. I need to really suck it up and just figure out how to run an Ethernet. I need to like climb into my attic and connect an Ethernet cable and then drop it down between the walls to where my office is and pull it through the wall and stick it in the computer. That's what I need to do. This whole streaming over Wi-Fi thing is just not a good idea. It's just not reliable. Yeah, I guess it is possible that it's not the Wi-Fi, you're right. Just that's kind of where my mind immediately goes to. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if you're up for it one of these days, you can just troubleshoot me through this. Things to check. Instead of giving me like some vague stuff like check your connection between this and this, just like treat me like I'm an idiot and tell me step 1, do this. Hey Anna. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm kind of back. I never went anywhere. My stream went down and I didn't realize it for like 20 minutes. And I'm just expressing my frustrations with Danny. Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of streaming for RuneScape over the last couple months or so, and I mean, more often than not, I have an issue during the stream with the connection. And it's getting frustrating because I've tried so much troubleshooting, and every time I think I fixed it, it goes down the next stream as well. So I do apologize to anybody who's popping back in here that the stream went down. Looking for a little boss guy named Durgloop here. Yeah, the weird thing about it going down this time is that I didn't see it on my end. Like I said, usually when the stream goes down, it's because my internet went down, and so the game will disconnect. And I'll notice on my end, it says that I'm no longer sending data. But this time, everything kept running. It's just I thought everybody left the chat. But yeah, for future reference, for anybody who's here, if my stream goes out and I didn't say goodbye, or I'm ending stream, or I'll see you later, then it's probably my internet. I would never abandon you guys without saying anything. That's just weird. Yeah, I really think running an Ethernet cable here would fix all my problems. But maybe I should troubleshoot a little bit more in depth. The problem with troubleshooting this kind of stuff is that it's kind of hard to recreate the problem. For example, before I streamed, I meant to stream this morning, but the reason I didn't is because I was having performance issues to where my OBS was basically functioning like a slideshow. I was having no frame rate. It was horrible. But I could reliably recreate the problem. It happened at the character creation screen on LOTRO while recording with OBS. So I can recreate that problem and then troubleshoot from there. The problem with the connection issue is I don't know what's causing it. It's random. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it doesn't. So it's hard to troubleshoot when you can't recreate the problem. And you're at the whim of it happening randomly. Yeah, if I'm going to go through the trouble of getting a 200-foot cable and running it to the computer, I might as well just drop it through the wall from the attic and get it directly. But you're right, that might be a good starting point. Just run a cable across the whole house. Problem's my dogs, man. I could see them like barreling around and getting caught up on it and yanking something. Yeah, for me to run it just regular, like on the floor, it has to go through the whole house, basically. Because my router is tucked away in the closet of my master bedroom. And then this office here that I use is on the other end of the hall, or the house. So I would have to go through the kitchen, the living room, bunch of stuff. Yeah, I see what you're saying, for sure. It's just to test it out. But it's like I said, it's like, it's hard to test because I can't recreate the problem. I guess the only way to test is to try and stream for like 4 hours and make sure there's no issues. But like I've said, I've done that before. I have had streams where I stream for like 4 hours without any problems. So you think the problem's solved, but then the next time you stream, it goes down.
What do you need?
So it's just really hard to troubleshoot. Let me get this agility earring and I'll switch it out for the might one. Yeah, I guess You have to look at a packet tracer. That's so annoying, though. Man, I miss the Ethernet, though. I've been a Wi-Fi person pretty much my whole life, but when I was in California, I was able to run an Ethernet to my computer, and those were the happiest days of my life. Reliable internet. Nothing makes me happier. Ah, good old Throssi's Lodge. Man, this place brings back memories.
Well met, friend.
What do you need?
Might I take a moment of your time?
I would be grateful for your assistance.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed that Wi-Fi technology has gotten way better than it ever was. It used to be a nightmare. I used to tear my hair out over Wi-Fi back in the day. Probably lost like 10 years of my life stressing over that stuff. Nowadays, it's much better, but still. You know, I thought I had a good setup. I actually have fiber optic internet, which you get incredible speeds with, but I get the classic issue of every once in a while it just randomly drops and then reconnects right away. But if you're doing something important like streaming, it's a pain. Pay you $50 and I'll be miserable? Sounds like a double lose. Wonder how my parrot breadsticks feels about me killing these birds here. Yeah, the problem is, back when I was running just regular internet, I guess cable, I had my own equipment. I had my own modem and I had my own router, and I spent a lot of money on them to get some really nice ones. But when I moved here, all they had was fiber optic internet, which, like I said, is great, but it was not compatible with the equipment that I had. So I've basically been just doing the company's equipment. How's a router different or separate from Wi-Fi infrastructure? The router is the backbone of your Wi-Fi. I know you can get like Wi-Fi repeaters and extenders and things like that. Is that what you're talking about?
I am at your service. Welcome. You've come at a most fortuitous time. Greetings, traveler. Welcome. You've come at a most fortuitous time.
Yeah, I have one Wi-Fi repeater. I should probably get more. I don't know. Just annoying. I don't want to drop a bunch of money if I don't even know what I'm trying to fix. I need to diagnose the problem first before I start trying to get a solution. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if that's the problem. I mean, I get good Wi-Fi here where I am, but it's just it'll just drop for a second or two every once in a while. All right. Guess what, Danny? We are going down to the Kellandul docks. It's the place you were talking about towards the beginning of stream. Or it's the place I think you were talking about at the beginning of stream. Is this the place? Does it look familiar? Yeah, I knew immediately this is what you were talking about. It's the only dock in the beginner areas. Okay, well, there he goes. Out for a swim. Collect the stolen bow. I think it's the dower hands that have them. This bow was stolen by Starkoth. Okay, it's a specific dower hand. Where's he at? He's outside the docks. See, I got a little eager to run in here. Well, the good news is I think I did solve the hardware issue that I was having with the computer, with the video cards. It really was just kind of messing around with the software a little bit so that the computer controls the SLI a little bit better and manages the resources more efficiently. I don't know what triggered it to go out of whack, though. That's what I want to know. Because I did update my video card driver, but I did it after I noticed the problem. And that didn't fix it. Alright, I think I see him. Right there.
Greetings, traveler. I would be grateful for your assistance.
It's a sorry day. I'm sorry to trouble you, but will you help me?
Where's that Lynx mother?
Greetings, traveler.
I don't know what this quest ring is pointing to. Whatever.
At your service.
Let me go back to Duilon.
And your families.
Man, it is super discouraging, though, to work so hard to be able to get a stream ready, and you're doing it, and it's just problems. Just problems all the time. Having a stream at low bit rate, disconnects. Can't even start on time because there's issues. That's why I've always liked just making videos, because I can have full control over everything. If there's a problem, I can just re-record. It's whatever. If it looks super pixely, I can delete the video and record it again. Change the quality settings. You don't get any do-overs with a stream. I can't come back and try again tomorrow and hope the internet doesn't cut out.
Grey is the shadow upon my heart.
I need to use food more in this game. I never really use food that much.
Will you stay a moment and learn of my troubles?
What can I do for you? Stay a moment.
I do like using the coffee because it gives you extra run speed. I'm all about the run speed bonuses. Actually, I can probably... Man, that's a long cooldown on this. What is it, like an hour? For the return home teleport?
Spread melon.
The one thing I never understood about this region, Eredluin, is that there are no swift travel ponies between the locations. I think it's the only map where a lot of the locations are regular riding. Got one viewer. Danny, are you still there? Are you the only viewer in here? Because if so, I have a surprise for you.
My heart cannot sing today.
Gotta go all the way to the north. High Elf gets a 10% run speed ratio passive? I had no idea. Maybe I should really pay attention to what I'm doing and read stuff. Let me see. It's this little Gandalf icon. Oh, yeah. I didn't look into it because I haven't had the opportunity to even put something in here. But yeah, there you go. Grace of the Firstborn. It looks like I do have a slot, but I need to unlock this first. I guess you unlock this with the race deeds, right? Yeah, it's locked, but I have a slot available, but I need to unlock this somehow. I thought it was a deed, but I don't see anything in the log here that gives me anything. Oh, never mind. This is class. Here we go. Race. Yeah. Nothing under race either. Alright, well, I gotta ride back north. Maybe I can dig around while I'm riding. Yeah, to Duilon and then Throssy's Lodge. Yeah, it'll tell you what the reward is here. So none of these are giving any traits. Ah, you have to get to level 20. Fair enough. +2 will. That seems so negligible. Unless it scales with your level. Which I assume it does. +5% one-hand sword damage. So that's basically a passive +5% damage. Which I guess is kind of like my Hobbit. He gets the +5 club damage.
Greetings to you.
Yeah, level 20 should be pretty easy. I mean, I've been flying through these levels. Just been casually playing, barely paying attention, and I'm already 13. Let's see what else here. Virtuous High Elf, Wisdom, Confidence, Justice. Enmity of Darkness, plus 5% light type damage. So can I stack this? So if I'm using like a sword, and I have this, that's like 10%, right? Or it'll be like 105% and then another 5% on top of that. So it's more like, well, no, yeah, that makes sense. Swift travel, kind of useless because I'll probably unlock another way to get there. You may periodically immobilize a foe with 3-second stun. But that's a horrific cooldown. That's 30 minutes. I guess it could come helpful in a pinch. Okay, and I can revive. I can revive players. And then plus 3% damage for 10 seconds for 10 or every 10 minutes. Those are reasonable. Those are reasonable race traits. I feel like overall it's better than the Hobbit ones. I really don't have any good Hobbit ones. I used to like that Feigned Death one, but now they... Well, not now, but at some point they changed it to where you can't use that during combat, so it's pretty much useless now, because I used to use that skill. If I had, like, way too much aggro and I was about to die, I could do a Feigned Death and get away. But now you can't use it during combat, which is... Like, what's even the point? Why would you feign death if you're not in combat?
Will you help me? Come and stay a moment.
Oh, that's a good point. I don't know what type of damage the Mariner does.
Hail, friend, and well met.
Might you spare a moment of your time?
I feel like it should be light damage.
Sweet lad Melon, will you stay a moment?
This is common damage. Yeah, all these skills are doing common damage, not light damage. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Megavanen, might you spare a moment of your time?
Hobbit Silence. That's the Feigned Death one, right? Is that what it's technically called? You can still use it in combat. Okay, I don't know what was going on then. I might have... Maybe I had something else going on that was preventing me from using it. But I tried to do it recently for one of the videos, and I couldn't do it. And then as soon as combat dropped, it became available for use. So I don't know. But you're probably right, because like I said, it makes absolutely no sense to have that skill if you can't use it in combat, so it might have been something else that was preventing me. But yeah, if it works as intended, it is a good trait. I've used it all the time during the playthrough of the main series. Definitely saved my hide many times. And then you get that little sneak move as well, which it was helpful earlier on. Like in the low levels, I remember I would sneak around huge groups of enemies to take out a boss or something. But I haven't used that in a long time. It's not as useful anymore, I don't feel like. No, if you're saying it works for you, I believe it. Because like I said, it just doesn't make sense that it wouldn't work. So, yeah, it might have been a bug or there might have been a different flag, but maybe I got carried away. Maybe I was so frustrated that I couldn't use it that I just automatically assumed it was broken and never bothered to check it again. Forgot about this area here with the spiders. Completely forgot this place existed.
Give me but a moment of your time.
What's the cooldown on this? 15 seconds to remove any sort of status effect. It's not too bad. So I guess now the only race that doesn't have like a sub-race to it is the man. Because the elves have the high elf, the dwarves have the stout dwarves, and now the hobbits have the river hobbits. I don't know if you can count the Bjorning as a man. Maybe. Would be cool if they released something like a Ranger or a Numenorian or something like that. And this Mariner does a ton of damage, and I'm not even paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm just spamming all the little red skills. Again, I'll definitely read about them before next time I stream this. Don't know when that'll be, but next time I hop on here, I actually want to know what I'm doing. And be a little bit informed about the class. Man, 475 crit. That's crazy damage. You're right. You're right, actually. I take that back about the Bjorning. They literally descend from the first men, the House of Baor. Fair enough. Every race does have their sub-race in-game already then. Oh, my inventory's full. I accidentally exited out of the overflow thing. I played around with the Bjorning a few years ago. Didn't get that far into it. I think I leveled one up to level 15 or something just to check it out. I had a lot of fun with it. I remember that much. But I'm so busy with the main Lord of the Rings Online series that I don't know. I don't want to be making a bunch of characters and diverting my attention that way. Of course, I say that as I'm playing a Mariner that has nothing to do with my Warden.
Woe to me.
See, I'm not going to be able to get this quest reward. Ah, but you know what? That thing I picked up at the beginning of the stream, the town services. Ah, that's nice. That is nice. So I might hold on to all this junk because I could turn them in for task stuff, right? So let me just sell crappy gear. Not gonna worry about this furniture stuff. Gonna sell those. I guess I'll sell these. Not interested in their cosmetics. I might want to keep this cloak so I can run faster. Bjorning's one of your favorites. What kind of class do you play? Or do you like to have a lot of different characters and bounce around them? I guess what's your main character? And then what else do you have? Alright, it's good enough. Let me repair. Ah, the bane of my existence is full inventories in an MMO.
It's a sorry day.
It's a nice little upgrade on these boots. And yeah, I definitely understand the Bjorning being one of your favorites because like I said, when I tried it, I had a lot of fun and I remember thinking, wow, this is probably a really cool class to get deep into. Okay, Hobbit Silence definitely still works. Thank God. So something else must have triggered it. You know what? You watch the Lord of the Rings online series, right? Or do you just kind of watch an episode every once in a while? How religiously do you watch it? I guess is what I'm asking. No offense if you don't watch it very often at all. I'm asking because I was going to say that I recorded an episode where I tried to use the Hobbit Silence, like I was saying, and it didn't work. So I was going to tell you that if you come across that episode, leave a comment on it with a timestamp so then I can go back and look and try to see why it wasn't working and figure out what was going on. Because I don't know what episode it was, and it probably has not been released yet. It's probably on the upload list though, because I think I recently recorded it, so I might still have to edit it even. But yeah, anyway, I was just gonna say, if you come across one of my videos where I'm complaining about the Hobbit Silence not working, leave a comment on it.
Negavani, what can I do for you?
Oh, your main's a warden? That's cool. See, I've been getting a lot of complaints about me not playing very well.
Hail, friend, and well met.
That's not true. People don't really complain, but I have been not really paying too much attention. But very recently, I spent a lot of hours in front of a training dummy practicing gambits and trying to optimize rotations for specific situations. So, I've gotten a lot better. You'll notice that when I started doing some of the instances in Old Anorian, there was so much stuff I wasn't doing. Like battle preparation before a big fight where you can get all those defensive buffs up, like block rating, evade rating, all that stuff. And then there was a gambit that I never used, which is super powerful, which is the... what's it called? God, why am I forgetting? Warden's Triumph, I think is what it's called. That essentially gives you plus 12% damage for 50 seconds. You do one gambit, and you get plus 12% damage for almost a minute. And then you can just refresh it when it runs out. I had never used that before, and I don't know why, because it's like free damage. But yeah, I'm a better warden now.
Megovanen.
And hopefully I'll continue to improve as I practice. Okay, you're one of the religious watchers. Fair enough. There's actually a lot of you, which surprises me. I'm pretty sure it is not one that I already uploaded because it feels very recent. So I've been recording the Far Anorian season, and I think I have not uploaded that one yet. I'm pretty sure.
What do you need? Will you stay and speak with me a moment?
Swilad Melon. Greetings, friend. Will you lend me your ear?
I might have already edited and uploaded it, and it might just be in the queue to get released. So I don't know. Yeah, the reason I'm saying it surprises me that there are at least a few of you who watch every episode religiously is because I can't imagine doing that. I have so much fun playing and recording and getting the episodes out, but that's from a creator perspective. I can't imagine actually sitting down and watching those videos. And I know that's a weird thing to say because I'm basically saying, like, why would anybody watch my videos? But I understand that some people really like it. Just like I like certain types of videos, some people really vibe with the LOTRO videos. And I appreciate it for sure. And I say I can't imagine watching it, but I actually do watch every episode before I upload to make sure I didn't miss anything in terms of editing. Like sometimes I'll have a coughing fit or something in the middle of an episode. Clearly I don't want to have to upload that. But whenever I'm watching them to preview before uploading, I always watch them like super fast, like 3 times speed on my computer. Just to make sure that there's nothing I need to edit out. And usually when I'm recording, I'll make a note if I need to edit something out. Like if I have a massive coughing fit, I'll say into the mic, you know, make sure you edit this out. So that way when I am watching it in 3 times speed, I can catch it. You're right. I'm actually not too familiar with most of the other classes. I've actually played every class, to be fair, but I never got super in-depth with most of them. But it definitely seems to me like the Warden is the most advanced and the most complex one. There's like an infinite learning curve to that class. You can always improve. You can always optimize your gambit rotations better. You can always improve your decision making in the middle of battle. Like what to do and what gambit to switch to. So, I like that about the Warden for sure.
Sweelad Melon.
Critical rating. I'll take that. Yeah, I can imagine it took a while to get through all the videos. What are we at now? Like 835 or something? And on average, they're 30 minutes. Some of them are a lot longer. There are a few short ones, but usually if they're short, they're at least like 15. So yeah, that's a lot of content to go through. Alright, what do I want to do next? I guess I'll just keep following the quest rings. Go to Gondamon. Danny, it better be real chocolate syrup, not that Hershey's crap. You ever had that Hershey's so-called chocolate syrup they sell? It's disgusting. I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not chocolate.
Will you stay and speak with me a moment? Will you stay and speak with me a moment?
Oh my god, this goblin chased hard, man. Chased me all the way in here. What other chocolate syrups are there? I don't know, like real chocolate syrup. I think chocolate syrup, I think like melted chocolate.
You
Like
need
real
no
chocolate that you
service
just
to me.
melt down.
Greetings to you. Megavanen, might you spare a moment of your time?
Let me open up the stables here. That's going to be important. What is this? Okay, that's for missions.
At your service and your families.
I got the combat music stuck on a loop. Let me turn in some tasks. Just gonna accept all the quests here and turn them in. What do you use your chocolate syrup on, dude? Hey, Eric. Welcome in. I appreciate the comments. Glad you enjoyed the LOTRO content. It always surprises me when people say that it's helpful, like it helps them in the game. I never meant for those videos to be helpful. It was always meant for them to be more of a let's play, but I'm always getting comments about how it's been helpful. So I'm glad that it goes that way. E bem-vindo, sou brasileiro também. Sou do interior de São Paulo. Eu não moro mais lá, eu moro nos Estados Unidos, mas eu nasci lá no Brasil. Oh, wait a minute. I picked up all the task quests, but I did not turn them in. What part of Brazil are you from? Okay, that dwarf sniped that thing that was chasing me.
Well met. What do you want? What do you
Oh, I
need?
forgot there's a task limit. I'll probably hit that task limit soon.
Greetings, traveler. Will you stay a moment? Welcome. You've come at a most fortuitous time. Will you help me?
Let me clean up the quest log. I'll get rid of all the tasks for now. And put everything back. Alright, let me get out of here. Need wolf pelts. You know, honestly, I should probably not even bother doing a lot of these quests. I'm just so used to picking up every quest that I see. But that's kind of unnecessary for this. Not gonna steal that guy's mob. You just eat it out of the jar like a savage? My god. Okay, Ceará. I've really never been to many parts of Brazil. Mainly just São Paulo State. I've been to Rio, of course. And a little bit to Minas Gerais. That's a beautiful state. I was actually there last year. I was in a little town in Minas called Bueno Brandão. I don't know if you've heard of it. I think it's like a tiny place, but I think it's gotten very touristy recently. Their food is the best, of course. They're known for their food. Comida mineira. Dude, I'm digging having this parrot around. So bizarre. But I like it. Yeah, pão de queijo. I don't know why, but no matter what I do, I just can't recreate it at home. It's like I've followed every recipe known to man. But it doesn't come out the right way. It doesn't come out like it does over there. Danny, you went there for work too, right? What part did you go to when you went there? I think I remember this. There's a guy like tied up in there, right? That I have to rescue? No, never mind. I'm thinking of something different. Oh, you went to São Paulo? I'm not familiar with São Leopoldo. I don't know where that is. Yeah, the food was great, but I gotta say it, okay? I'm gonna say it. We went to like a couple of wineries there because they said the wine in that region is really good. I wanted to die after drinking that wine. I'm not like a wine snob or anything like that, but when you're drinking wine and it makes you feel like you want to die and it makes you feel like you're drinking fire, you know it's bad news. What am I looking for here? Grave markers. I need an interrupt. I need a skill that doesn't interrupt. That's critical to any character. Well, I want to say scammed. It was cheap. I got what I paid for. One second. Okay, sorry, I had a notification on my phone I had to take a look at. Yeah, Rio Grande do Sul, that makes sense, because I guess that's a little closer to Argentina, and the only reason I say that is because Argentina is like known for their world-famous wine. Oh, that's hilarious. You were given a safety video on scammers. Yeah, you gotta be a little wise when you go to Brazil. Like if you're not from there and you're not familiar with how things work, it's pretty easy to get scammed. Brazilians are like master scammers. It's really impressive. I remember one time I parked in the street and I was going somewhere, and out of nowhere there was like nobody in the street. It was dead empty. And out of nowhere, this guy just drops down from the sky like some angelic creature or something and starts telling me this sob story about his kid who has cancer and how he's out in the streets selling candy. And would I please buy some candy to help his kid? And I was like, oh, sorry, sir, I can't. I don't have any cash on me. And while I'm saying that, this dude is just grinning at me like he knows I'm gonna say that. And after I say it, he whips out a credit card machine from his back pocket. And he says, no problem, I take credit card. Brazilians really are something else, dude. Alright, let me get out of here. Let me actually go towards quest rings. Yeah, as long as you're not being flashy, you're fine. The problem is, like, people go there and they'll whip out their phone and start taking selfies, like, in the middle of the street. Those are the people that'll get in trouble. Sometimes they do this thing called an arrastão, where they'll basically get a bunch of people and they'll just walk in a line from one end of the street to the other and just grab everything from everybody that gets caught in the middle of it. So just think of like a mob, and they create a wall so you can't go forward on the street, and they just start walking towards you, and you have nowhere to go except towards them and give them your wallet and cell phones. They do that at the beach a lot, like tourist beaches. I need wolf pelt and bear meat. Matted skins. Oh, that's a task item. I've been very lucky. I was never a victim of any theft or crime in all the time I've spent in Brazil. But pretty much all of my family members have been a victim of something. Like my grandma has had money stolen from her at the store. My aunts and uncles have had their house broken into. They've been like tied up, taken hostage in their own home while they just like ransack the place and steal a bunch of stuff. It's pretty sad. It's sad because Brazil's such an awesome place, and pretty much everybody you meet there is just so nice and friendly and warm. And the food is good, and the weather is nice, and the nature is beautiful. Perfect beaches, beautiful girls. But for whatever reason, it's just bad with crime. Okay, there's like no bears here, man. There we go. Ah, that's nice, Eric. Yeah, there's definitely pockets of places that are safe and seem almost separate from all the craziness you hear about in Brazil. I'm going to be more selective about which quests I take on from now on. There's no point in me doing some of these. I might just follow the epic quests around. See, but now I'm committed to this wolf one. I need one more wolf. No, never mind. I need 3 more. Almost committed to maybe abandoning the quest. I will say, this damage is pretty crazy. You'll notice I'm killing things super quickly here. I wonder how this class is going to scale into the higher levels. I think next time I stream this, whenever that may be, I'll probably increase the landscape difficulty. Might be a fun challenge. See, that's insane damage. It's like I touched the mob and it just melts. Crazy. Although one thing I remember is when I first played the game, I picked up the Minstrel. And in the early levels, it felt like a DPS class. Like you would just melt mobs. And then once you got to like level 30 or something, you could see that it didn't do any damage at all.
Well met.
Yeah, Eric, I started playing this game when it was still in alpha, so before the game even came out. I'm just like a huge Lord of the Rings dork, so the game was on my radar, and yeah, so I've been playing since the game came out in 2007. But I've been in the US pretty much my whole life. I moved to the US when I was 8 years old.
What do you want?
And in general, I go back once a year just to visit family, but yeah,
What do you need?
at this point, I'm way more American than I am Brazilian.
Well met, friend.
Nothing good here.
At your service and your families.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention that when I had my Minstrel, it was before they reworked the Minstrel. Like, way back in the day, it was pretty much just a healer. It was before they had, like, the different lines, so you couldn't go, like, down the damage line. You couldn't do, like, War Cry and stuff like that. It was basically just a healer. It literally did no damage. I'm talking about, like, the first version of the Minstrel. Of course, there have been many reworks since now. Yeah, I know now they actually do pretty good damage.
Sweet-eyed Melon.
What's that stance called that the minstrels go into to deal damage? Like it nerfs their healing but increases the damage. It's like a specific stance.
Greetings, friend. Will you lend me your ear?
I should know this. Yeah, I'm sure if you said you watched my videos religiously, so I'm sure I talked about it in at least one of the videos, but the first class I ever played was the Minstrel. That's the one I went through pretty much all the way through Moria. I was a Minstrel. I was a damn good Minstrel too. I was a great healer. I was in a pretty hardcore raiding kin for when the game first came out. We were the first group to take down the Balrog in the Rift. Yeah, the glowy hand stance. You know what I'm talking about. God, I'm paying attention to the chat, and then I end up just randomly wandering around on my horse. I need to get better at playing the game and dealing with chat at the same time. I have a new respect for streamer. Dealing with chat and playing a game at the same time is much harder than it seems.
Will you help me?
Hey, Lewis, welcome in. How are you doing?
Well met. What do you want? Will you help me?
Okay, now where am I going? To the Elf Ruins in the northeast, and yeah, that's it. Oh, does it look like garbage, Lewis? I had to lower the bit rate because I don't want to get into this again because I've been complaining the entire stream, but I've been having a lot of technical issues and connectivity issues. So I lowered the bit rate just to make sure the stream stays up. But if it looks like absolute garbage, I might need to increase it. You know what? Let me pull up my stream on a second window and let me actually look at it and see what it looks like. Give me 1 second. All right. Oh, wow. Yeah, if I'm sitting still, it doesn't look terrible, but with any movement, it looks like absolute garbage. You're right. Oh, wow. Dang, sorry, guys. Wow. That looks bad. So here's what we'll do. The stream is going to go down for maybe a minute. I'm going to reset the settings here. To increase my bit rate, I have to temporarily pause the stream. The stream is not going to end. The feed is just going to cut out for a second. So, yeah, give me about a minute and I'll be back. Okay, am I back? Is it looking a little better?
Greetings to you.
I think I'm back. Looks like I'm back. You guys let me know if the quality is at least a little bit better. Nobody's chatting. Am I actually back? Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. You guys are just being quiet. I love that attack. It does so much damage. What's this called? Lunge. Very anticlimactic name for something that does so much damage. Okay, Eric says it is better. Okay, good. I just hope it doesn't crash my internet. Yeah, I was telling Danny earlier that my upload speed is totally fine. Like, if I go on speed test, my upload speed is like 60 megabytes per second, which is pretty good. And YouTube recommends that you have at least double what you're streaming at. So, for example, if mine is 60 megabytes per second, I should stream at a rate of 30 megabytes per second. And I was streaming at 10 and it crashed my internet. So I don't know what the deal is. Alright, let me do a little bit of movement so you can assess. I definitely know that moving like this creates a lot of motion blur. It's not going to be perfect on a stream. I am streaming in 1080p, 60 frames per second. I cranked up the bitrate to 5,000 or so. And even for streams, YouTube caps it at 10,000. Yeah, so double what it is now. But that definitely crashed my internet earlier. Which doesn't make sense, because my upload speed is 6 times that. And they say it just needs to be 2 times. Saying it's still very noticeable. Yeah, so this is definitely not the game on my end. It's not the server. It's really just the internet and YouTube compression. Like I said, I could crank up the quality a little bit more on this, but for streaming, they really compress the videos. So even if I put it at the max setting that streaming allows, I'm pretty sure you would still get some significant blurring. It's kind of trying to find that sweet spot, you know? Right now, my main goal is to make sure the internet doesn't crash, but if you're saying it is very noticeable and bothersome, I will definitely work on it before the next stream and try to find that sweet spot. I'm constantly trying to make sure my internet is stable. But like I was saying earlier, I think the final solution that is just unavoidable is I need to run an Ethernet cable and stop doing it over Wi-Fi.
What do you need? Might you lend me an ear?
Alright, I gotta go to Langless. I'll take the pony there. Alright, and while I'm riding this pony, I am gonna go grab another drink real quick.
I am at your service.
Your mouth gets really dry from talking on stream. Be back in like a minute while my guy's riding over there. Okay, I am back. Listen to this deliciousness. Yeah, that's the good stuff. Some fizzy water. Lewis, I might have streamed on Twitch like once or twice. I know in the early videos of the Lord of the Rings Online series, I said that I would do deeds. I would do the deed grinding on stream on Twitch. That's what I always advertised, but I never actually ended up doing that. For a while, I tried to do some speedrunning of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and I did like a couple of streams of that on Twitch. But otherwise, I never really streamed on there. I just figured once I decided that I wanted to start streaming with the old school RuneScape and so on, I figured why would I go on Twitch where nobody knows I exist as opposed to streaming on YouTube where I at least have a decent amount of people that watch the videos.
How can I be of service? Would you do something for me?
I remember this quest to avert a war. Yeah, I mean the higher... Hold on, this guy's talking over me.
From the clutches of the treacherous Dow hands.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the higher screen that you're watching this on, the worse the quality is gonna be. Like, if you're watching on a 4K TV, you're gonna notice the horrible pixelation. As opposed to somebody watching on their phone, it's not gonna be as noticeable. Ideally, I do want to get into multi-streaming, like stream to both Twitch and YouTube. But like I said, with the internet issues that I'm having, I don't think that's a good idea right now. But hopefully once I run an Ethernet cable in here, and my connection's much more stable, then I can stream on multiple platforms. Yeah, the thing with streams, like I said, YouTube caps it at 10,000 bitrate for streams at 1080p. And back when I was still recording in 1080p, I would have the bitrate set to like 50,000. And even then, you would get a lot of motion blur on the Lord of the Rings Online videos. It wasn't until I made that switch to the 4K recording. And if you watch it in 4K, that's really when it looks better. I'm pretty sure that's for partner contracts, Lewis. Like some Twitch partners have an exclusivity deal, but if you're just a regular person, you can multi-stream, no problem. As far as I'm aware, anyway.
They know we are here.
I know that LOTRO gives out their stream key to content creators so a lot of different people can use their channel to stream on. I think once I get this internet thing figured out, I might reach out to the team and try to get their stream key, and then that way I can stream here on YouTube to my personal channel while at the same time streaming on the official LOTRO channel. I think that might be cool. And then every once in a while I can do one of these Mariner streams. Like once a month or something. I just don't want to do that before I get the internet stability figured out, because I would hate to be streaming on their official channel and make them look bad by having the stream drop every 10 minutes or something. That is not a silly question at all, Eric. I try to be as helpful as possible to players new to the game, so feel free to ask any question. So there are different types of companions in the game. There are pets. So for example, this parrot that's following me around, Breadstick the parrot, he's just a pet, so he's just cosmetic. He just follows you around. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't help you in combat. He doesn't give you any buffs. It's strictly cosmetic. So there are plenty of cosmetic pets that you can get from Deeds or the LOTRO store, things like that. And then there are pets that do help you in combat. So for example, the class captain has a herald, basically a bannerman that follows you around and they help you out. The lore master classically can summon a lot of beasts, like a lynx or a bear, and they help out in combat. It's very much utilized part of their strategy. But not all classes can have a utility companion. It's just some of the classes, like the captain and the lore master and maybe some other ones. But the pets, anybody can have the pet. And then also, I think there's a token to where you can use your skirmish soldiers on the landscape, but that's kind of something different. Sorry, I was reading your message there, Lewis, about your hard drive. A little too technical for me.
Our efforts were for naught. What can I do for you? Greetings.
It was an HDD, so like the old school hard drives, not a solid state drive. That's why you're defragging, I guess.
Would you do something for me?
Alright, these pants are an upgrade. Oh yeah, Rescue by Moonlight. I remember this quest too. Not enough room. Excellent. Well, let me whip out my thing here. I love this thing. I need to get this on my main character, on my Warden. Apparently it's free for all the VIPs, where you can just use all the town services wherever. Super nice. When did I get this bracelet? It's much better than what I'm wearing currently. Let me hang on to that. Feels weird to sell a Warden shield, but it is useless on this character. Yeah, Anna, I have some landscape soldier tokens in my account too, and I also have no idea where I got them from. I also think it's from the Hobbit gifts, but I don't know. I've never actually used it. I'm terrible about hoarding consumables. I should just use them more. Nine Fate, 3 Vitality, 23 Tactical Mitigation. That seems better than the Sparkling Silver Earring. "13 armor, 14 critical rating, as opposed to 1 agility." Sometimes I don't know how to convert this. Like, what's better, 1 agility or 14 critical rating? I have no idea. I guess I could equip the agility one, see what my critical rating jumps to, and then compare it with this, but I don't think it's worth the effort at these early levels. Is it really going to make that much of a difference? It's not. I don't have to hyper optimize at level 15. Okay, let me open these up here. Oh, that makes sense, Lewis. I think I remember reading about that way back in the day. Yeah, for a while there, I made the mistake of putting all of my files on an external hard drive for editing. Like all the 4K videos that I'm recording. Bad idea. Bad idea, because it makes it a nightmare to edit, because the read and write speed is slower than if it were on just your regular hard drive. Because it has to go through USB, I guess. I don't know. But it was just a nightmare to edit those giant files from the hard drive itself. And then whenever I try to render the videos, like one video would take like 4 or 5 hours to render. It was crazy. Lesson learned. But yeah, now that I've gone 4K, I can't go back. It's so noticeable. It's really the motion artifacting that makes a big difference in Lord of the Rings Online. I'm really just kind of upset that it took me so long to make the upgrade and that so many videos were done in 1080.
Greetings, traveler.
Avorthal had been moved from the Dowerhand encampment to a ship preparing to depart for an unknown port in the north. His rescue is paramount to maintaining peace in Ered Luin.
By the way, for those of you who are joining the stream, I did say this one time earlier, but I do want to give credit where it's due. The folks over at Standing Stone Games were super kind, and they sent me the Corsairs of Umbar expansion. They sent me a code for it for the Ultimate Fan Edition, which is nuts because I think that's going for like $130 or something. So it's insane. I just woke up and I had an email from them one day. I had no idea they knew about my videos, but they did. They didn't ask anything in return. They didn't say, hey, go promote this or say something nice. They didn't ask anything. They just said, hey, you're a content creator. We appreciate your videos. Here's a code. So I do want to say thank you, I guess, and make sure that they get the credit they deserve for sending this out. I did want to pay forward the generosity. I wanted to get an expansion and an expansion code and give it out to one of you guys during the stream today, but you can't buy a code, which is super annoying. If you buy the expansion, it just automatically gets put on your account. You can't buy a code to give it away. So I don't know. I reached out to them about that too, to ask if I could purchase a code with my own money to give away, but they never got back to me regarding that. But if they do and they say, okay, here you go, buy a code, then we'll do another stream and hopefully I can give something away, like the expansion or maybe some LOTRO points. Hey, Tuni Arvery. Oh my god, I'm butchering the name. Oh, I see your name all the time because you always comment on the videos, of course, but I never like take the time to pronounce it in my head. I just see it and kind of read it. Tinu Raviel. It's not that hard. Welcome in. And you did not miss a stream. It's here. It's still going. I might be on for a while. And honestly, you didn't miss much. Just a lot of technical issues. A lot of internet drops. The stream dropped for like 30 minutes and I didn't even realize it for that entire time. So it's been a bit of a hot mess. It's kind of an experimental stream. It's my first time streaming LOTRO.
Praise Elbereth, one who might be of help.
I don't know why I'm here in Arid Lewin, honestly. I guess it's because this is where my character started, but I think out of all the 3 starting areas, it's my least favorite compared to the Shire and Bree. And I'm kind of reluctant to say least favorite because that implies that I don't like it. I still really love this region. And I have a lot of fun going through it, but if I had a choice between the 3, this might be at the bottom.
The shadow has risen.
And within Arid Lewin itself, I much prefer the dwarf side compared to the elf side. I really love the Thorin's Hall area. Yeah, Lewis, I'm glad you're enjoying the 4K. Like I said, it definitely makes a difference with the motion blur. Because, yeah, even if I record in 1080p at the highest possible bitrate, YouTube is still going to compress it. So the 1080p videos that you were seeing for the Lord of the Rings Online series, that was the absolute best quality that I could get it. There was nothing more I could do to improve the quality other than making that upgrade to 4K.
How can I be of service? Stay a moment.
Even though when I watch it locally, like from my local file, it looks perfect. There's nothing wrong with it. There's no motion blur. It probably looks better. The 1080p file probably looks better when I'm watching it locally than the 4K does on YouTube, I would imagine. But it's just YouTube compresses the hell out of the videos, which I can't really blame them for. They probably get like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of videos daily. Oh no, I declined something. I don't even know what I declined. I was yapping away and I clicked decline. Oh well. If it matters, it'll pop back up at some point. So I need to go to Gondamon to continue the epic. I think I'm going to finish this one quest here at the port, and then I'm going to be more selective with the quests and really just try to follow the epic storyline. I'm going to try to avoid combat here. I'm going to try to sneak by these guys. Obviously, that didn't work. I'm literally saying it, and they're already sneaking up behind me and attacking me. Oh, yeah, there are a ton of quests in the Old Forest, Eric. And I think they've, since I recorded my series in Breland, I think they've done like a complete revamp of the Old Forest, so I think it's completely different than when I went through it. That place used to be a nightmare. And I think they got a lot of feedback about it being a nightmare, so they changed it and made it a little bit more friendly. I love all of the different forests in Lord of the Rings Online. Like Mirkwood and Fangorn whenever you go in there. And the Old Forest. The only problem is all those forest environments are very heavy on your hardware. I definitely noticed some pretty beefy frame rate drops whenever I'm in a forest environment. Yeah, I really like the Old Forest too, and I love how it's almost centered around Tom Bombadil. I really like it. That place feels pretty magical. It's the first like major forest you come across in the game too. Man, I kind of want to take this character through Mirkwood. I feel like I did the Mirkwood season and then never stepped foot in there again. It just kind of came and went, but it feels like such a massive place. In fact, I don't remember much about that season, to be fully honest. Just some flashes. Okay, I think I'm done with everything here. Let me do this. Return home. I'm pretty sure there's a swift travel pony to Gondamon. This might bite me in the butt, but I'm gonna go for it. Yeah, speaking of the Old Forest, I might be going there soon, because you go there for Book 1, right? Volume 1, Book 1. Isn't it like Chapter 11 takes you to the Great Barrow?
What can I do for you?
No, I cannot swift travel to Gondamon. So why don't I swift travel to Thorin's Gate, and then from there, travel to Gondamon?
Well met.
Cannot swift travel. Can only take a slow pony. Alright, fine. And by the way, for all the people joining in, obviously, as you can tell, this is very different from the Lord of the Rings Online series that I do for the channel. I'm not reading every quest. I'm not being organized at all. Just kind of going through the content, not reading anything. The main point of this is to have fun, try something new, try something different in Lord of the Rings Online without the stress of contributing to the series, and mainly as a way to interact with some of the people that enjoy the series here on chat. So I don't have any specific plans for this. It's just maybe every once in a while I'll pop in here and do a stream on a Mariner. Who knows? If you guys have ideas of what you'd like to see with this, feel free to let me know. I just don't want it to be something that takes away from me recording the main series. But I do think it's a nice little fun bonus to do every once in a while. Yeah, it's pretty strange, isn't it, Lewis? Because it was a massive season. That's the one thing I do remember, is that it took a long... well, not a long time, but it took a lot of episodes to get through Mirkwood. But even though that's the case, I don't really remember much in there. Oh, that's right. I remember the Dol Guldur raid. And I think the Warg Pens of Dol Guldur, I remember that one because I missed one quest in there that I need to go back to. I have the intention of, and I would really love to, once I'm actually caught up and I'm at the end game content and I've done every region, to start going back and doing the tier 2 challenge quests for every raid and instance. But if I'm being realistic, that might be more difficult to do than I can imagine. Just finding a group at max level that's able to follow all the instructions and do the raid properly, that's the raid in and of itself, is just getting a group together. And to do that for every instance and every raid sounds like a nightmare. But that is something I'll worry about in the very distant future because there's still so much content I need to go through.
What do you need?
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating when there's an expansion like this coming out because it looks so exciting. I'm super pumped about this Corsairs of Umbar expansion. It looks like something totally new, totally different than anything we've seen before in the game, but I'm not going to get to experience it for a very, very long time. You guys will probably already have played through it and forgotten about it by the time I get to it.
Greetings.
Finally, a weapon upgrade. It's almost double what I have now. Okay. You put that one there. And then this one as the secondary.
Will you help me?
This guy's in Keladul. I don't want to go to Keladul. Where's Wrath Tereg? I forgot where that is. It's over here. You know, I'll accept the quest. I'll probably end up abandoning it, though. I'm thinking about increasing it to 4. Not 5, but maybe 4 might be reasonable. And the reason I say that is precisely because of what Anna is saying in her comment, is that I don't want to go through it too fast. If I just start like blasting 5 videos a week, I might catch up a little too fast, and then I'll be kind of sad, okay? I don't want it to end. I'm loving the journey.
Greetings, traveler. Come and stay a moment, friend.
That's the great thing about the series, is that whenever I look ahead, there's just an endless amount of content to still go through, and I really like that. But one day, I'm going to look ahead, and I'm going to realize, wow, there's not that much left until I'm caught up, and I know I'm going to feel a little sad at that point.
Come and stay a moment, friend. Greetings, traveler. Will you stay a moment?
Honestly, I'm just proud of myself that I've been able to maintain the three videos per week on Lord of the Rings Online all year without fail. It doesn't sound like much, but it is a lot of work. Especially when I'm trying to do other videos too. I definitely have taken some really, really long breaks from the series. I don't remember what years, but I know there's been a couple of times where I kind of disappeared for like 4 or 5 months. I don't want that happening. Of course, I anticipate needing a little break every once in a while, but I don't want it to be like months at a time. Maybe a couple weeks or something. The 3 times a week allows me to take those breaks, actually, without having any interruption to your guys' viewing experience. Because I can kind of binge record a bunch and then just schedule the uploads, and then I can kind of stop playing LOTRO for a couple weeks and record other games. I have fallen behind on the Far Northern season though, but I don't anticipate there's going to be any issues. Well, I take that back. There might be an issue, and that's I'm getting ready to. I think I'm coming up on the Throne of Dread Terror raid, so I'm a little worried about that, about finding a group to do that raid. You guys remember the Tower of Orthanc fiasco? Where it literally took me like 2 months to get a group, and so the series was like on a standstill because I couldn't find a group to do that raid. I really hope that doesn't happen again. I think Throne of the Dread Terror is... What level is it? Is it 105? Is it a level 105 raid? Hey, Rydarn, welcome in. You're on episode 35. Well, like I say in that series, it's about the journey, it's not about the destination. So welcome to the Fellowship, and I hope you enjoy it. There's no need to rush it. However, the one thing I will say, and I say that in many of the videos, is I do recommend watching it in 2x speed. I think that'll help you keep your sanity. As I was saying earlier, I preview all the videos before I upload them, and when I'm previewing them, I'm watching them like anywhere between 3 and 4 times speed just to make sure I don't need to edit anything out. And then sometimes I'll click on one of my videos, and watching it in normal speed feels like torture. And I can't help but think to myself, like, wow, do I really talk that slow in real life? I need to talk faster. Lewis, that is some serious determination if you've watched 835 of those videos in single time speed. That is truly impressive. A lot of people say it's good, like, background content, and I can definitely see that. Like, if you're playing Lord of the Rings Online and you got me pulled up on a second monitor, or you're doing some pretty simple tasks and you have me on a second monitor, I could see that. Anna, you're part of the single speed crew too? My God. You guys are crazy. Oh, you're the one who's been doing all the comments on the early videos. See, that's the thing I'm not really liking about this YouTube streaming thing is you guys show up different in the chat than you do in the comments. So I can't connect like who's who, which is kind of frustrating on my part because it makes it seem like I don't know who you guys are. And yeah, I do try to reply to every comment. Sometimes it takes me a while, but I'm pretty good at replying to everything. Sometimes there's comments that there's really nothing I can say to, so I'll drop like a thumbs up or a little heart on it. Alright, that's all the goblins. Yeah, Lewis, I definitely appreciate that. I guess in your circumstance, it's a good series for you because, like I said, I try to explore every nook and cranny, so it's a good way to experience the game if you're unable to play yourself. And I think that's kind of what I'm going to focus on once I am caught up, is doing exploration stuff. Because besides the quests, there's so much to explore in the game overall. Alright, I think I'm going like the wrong way here. Yeah, I need to follow the road north and then east. Need to kill more milk eye and spiders. Man, it is so late, but I'm having so much fun. Yeah, lore / exploration. I think that's what I'm going to focus on if ever I get caught up in this. Speaking of which, you were not here for the beginning of the stream, but I kind of had like a pre-recorded video about the lore behind the Mariner and the lore behind the name that I chose for my Mariner. And for that pre-recorded video that I played at the beginning of the stream, I am going to release that as its own episode tomorrow in place of the regular Lord of the Rings Online series. It's just a one-time thing, but you might appreciate that because I went pretty deep in the lore with that one. You know you went in deep when you're pulling quotes from the Unfinished Tales. That's fair. That's fair, right? Now you really have to focus on what's more important to you. Nobody has the time to do absolutely everything, you know?
I am at your service.
Didn't you comment though that Star Wars Old Republic, isn't it shutting down? I'm pretty sure you commented that. Or maybe I'm making that up. Oh my god, I'm so sick of this full inventory. It's the thing I most hate about MMOs. You know what? I'm just gonna sell all the trophy stuff. I guess I already reached my trophy limit for the day. Try to clear some stuff here. Okay, so it's not fully shut down. They just switched studios and are maybe gonna go a different direction. Well, I hope it stays up, man. It's so sad to see these old games die. I've never played Knights of the Old Republic, but regardless, it's sad to see games end. I get so paranoid about maybe Lord of the Rings Online one day meeting its final day. I'm constantly paranoid about that. I'm like, I need to catch up in this series. I can't get that dreaded announcement that the game is going to shut down and I'm nowhere near done.
Greetings, traveler.
Yeah, I mean, I worry about Lord of the Rings Online because although there is a very passionate community, it's so difficult to bring new players in, you know? Most people here are in here because they love the Lord of the Rings universe or because they've been playing this game for a long time and it's somewhat nostalgic to them, but I don't know if they're bringing in a lot of new players. It's so competitive nowadays to get somebody to invest into your game like this. And by invest, I mean like time. There's so many games to play. There are like huge games coming out all the time. So a lot of people might ask themselves, why would I go play Lord of the Rings Online? Why would I start playing that? This game from 2007 when I can start playing Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, that is true, Rydarn. Pretty much any of these old MMOs that unfortunately meet their end, there ends up being a private server. That's like the one thing you can take solace in. It's not the same, obviously, but at least it's something. Need to get more spiders. I'm gonna try to avoid these goblins. Nope, I got like 3 of them. Yeah, the modern MMOs are totally different. I don't know what it is, but I feel like all these modern MMOs, they lack a certain charm. They just feel... I don't know what the right word is. Almost fake. Like, they don't really care. They're just trying to make some money. They're not... There's no passion behind them, if that makes sense. Whereas these older MMOs, you can feel the passion. Like, you can feel the passion of the development team for Lord of the Rings Online. You can tell that they care and that they're trying to build something that's faithful to Tolkien, and you can tell they're proud of their work. And you don't really see that with a lot of modern MMOs, I think, anyway. That's my opinion. I tried, what's that thing called? I tried New World. I tried playing it just to see if it might be something that I could get into. And I couldn't. It felt soulless. Yeah, Rydarn, I agree. Part of the reason that I'm doing this series is I love the fact that it's almost becoming like a historical archive of the game. Like, if the game ever does shut down, there's going to be a record of every quest in every region, and you can go back and watch it and experience it in that way. I didn't start out with that in mind, but as the series progressed and I got hundreds of episodes in, I realized, wow, I'm actually like, I'm documenting this game, and it's going to live on in eternity. That's a good point too, Eric. There are not many Lord of the Rings games that are multiplayer, you know? There are lots of games in the Lord of the Rings franchise, but most of them are single-player experiences. There's nothing out there that is a nice multiplayer experience that you can play with friends. There are some gems in terms of Lord of the Rings games, but a lot of them are total garbage too. Shadow of Mordor I definitely need to do for my channel eventually. That game seems very cool. The whole enemy system, where the enemy kind of progresses with you, that looked really cool. Amazon was going to make a Lord of the Rings MMO to go with their show, and then they scrapped that, they canceled it, and then I think that they said they're going to try again, so I don't know.
At your service and your families.
Based on their track record, it's going to be soulless and a money grab. The PS2 games. Are you talking about, like the Two Towers and the Return of the King games? Because I played those on the GameCube, and those were a ton of fun. Another Lord of the Rings game that I sunk an ungodly amount of hours into as a kid was Third Age, which was like a turn-based RPG game. That game was really good. I had so much fun with that one. I remember I got the Two Towers and the Return of the King games because they came out before the movies. So like the Return of the King game, it had scenes from the movie before the movie got released as like little spoilers. And I just ate that up, man. I was like, what? I can see some extra scenes from Return of the King before it comes out? I was all over it.
What do you want?
Yeah, Rings of Power was just a disaster. when it came out, I thought about doing like analysis and lore videos related to the show for my channel. And I couldn't bring myself to do it. I was like, I can't. It's just gonna be me ranting about things I dislike for an hour. And I generally try to be positive. If I don't like something and I'm upset by it, I just don't talk about it, I guess. Alright, this is what? Throssy's Lodge? Yeah, let me take a pony there.
Well met, friend.
See, I like taking these non-swift travel ponies, because then I can look at the chat. War in the North. I've looked at that, but I never played it. Yeah, it's crazy to think that episode 35 is 7 years old. It's a long time ago. The game has changed so much. Battle for Middle-earth is also a spectacular Lord of the Rings game. Definitely gonna do that one day. I never played Battle for Middle-earth 2, which is very disappointing, because I was absolutely obsessed with the first one. And I know that Battle for Middle-earth 2 is actually super popular. Like, it's competitive. People play competitively, and there are so many mods for it. There are, like, some crazy mods that people spent years developing for that game. There's, like, a very passionate community for Battle for Middle-earth 2. The one Lord of the Rings games that I already do have up on my channel, besides, of course, Lord of the Rings Online, is The Hobbit. So if you guys haven't seen that series, check it out under my playlists. It's actually a really cool game. I enjoy it a lot. It's kind of goofy. It's very lighthearted. But I enjoy that game a lot. I never played Aragorn's Quest, so I wouldn't know, but I have watched some gameplay videos of it, and it looked pretty decent. There's an upcoming game that actually looks pretty cool that I'm gonna check out. I don't know if I'm gonna play it because it might end up flopping, but Return to Moria, which is kind of like a resource management, city building kind of thing. I think the premise is that you're the elf, or you're the dwarves, and you're going back to Moria to resettle it. So it looks pretty interesting. Yeah, that Gollum game was a disaster. The sad thing is, I was actually pumped up for it. Like, ever since I first heard about it, that it was going to be like a stealth game in your Gollum, I was all over it because I love stealth games. You might have seen like some Hitman videos on my channel. I love stealth, and when they told me they were doing a stealth Lord of the Rings game, I was super pumped. And then the game came out, and it became a meme overnight. It's a homestead quest. I'm not going to bother with that. So yeah, I'm hoping what happened to the Gollum game does not happen with this Return to Moria game that I'm looking forward to. Rydarn, it's funny that you should mention that because they're actually doing an animated series about the Rohirrim. And it actually looks pretty good from what I've seen. There's not much out about it yet. It's still in like super early development, but they are doing an animated series regarding the Rohirrim. I'm like looking at chat and I'm falling off the road. Oh really? They're getting the Eowyn from the movies to go voice Eowyn in the animated series? I did not know that. Miranda Otto, I think is the actress's name. Well, I don't think I know. Wait a minute. Where am I even going? I was just following the quest tracker, but it's so far. It's at Thrassy's Lodge. Dang. That's far. Let me go to Noglon and I can take a pony from there. And then somebody's also wanting to remake the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I forgot what studio it was, but they seemed serious about it. I was reading some headlines a couple months ago. Usually I don't look too deep in stuff like that when it's like so far out in the future. I let it materialize a little bit more before I try to dig up details.
Greetings, traveler.
The stream quality is better now for some reason. Okay. I didn't change anything, but... yeah, see, streaming at this bitrate for old school RuneScape is totally fine because you're not going to notice a lot of the artifacting, but for a game like Lord of the Rings Online, it becomes very obvious. I think I'm going to try to make it to Bree for book 1, and then I'll probably call it a night. It is 3 in the morning. That is ridiculous. What am I doing? Been streaming for almost 5 hours? Really? Wow. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. Of course, the stream went down for like half an hour, and I didn't notice, but that's beside the point. Yeah, Rydarn, that would be cool if there was a comic or a manga that was well done. The only manga I've ever read was Berserk. And I was getting super into it, and then the creator died. He had like a massive heart, or not a heart attack, he dissected aorta. He had an aortic aneurysm. The dude had been working on it for like 25 years or something, and it didn't look like it was anywhere near done. It was like his lifetime work, but then he died. And it's kind of annoying because you'll never know like the end, what he had planned, anything like that. They'll just hire somebody else to finish the series, but it's not the same. You can't hire somebody else to finish another person's work. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, he was pretty young, too. I think he was in his 50s. Pretty sad. Yeah, I think I chose well, and I feel like every other person that got into that manga, what pulled me in was the original anime, the one from like the 90s. Not the horrible Netflix remakes, but the original one.
Greetings. Could I speak with you a moment? Greetings.
The combined forces of Lord Dwalin of Thorin's Hall and Durungur Whitethorn of Dweland prepare to march upon the goblin army of Rath Taraig.
Yeah, and that aneurysm he had, it's pretty unusual to have that so young in his age. Normally, the people that get screened for that are like older males who have a very long smoking history. But someone in their 50s, that's too young. He was probably under a lot of stress too. He's like one guy trying to create this insane manga. Probably getting a ton of pressure from the fans. Like, when's the next issue? When's it gonna finish? I'm sure it got to him, the stress. I don't know. I'm assuming. I'm making assumptions. I shouldn't assume things. The creator of Yu-Gi-Oh! Jumped into a whirlpool trying to save others and died? That's crazy. I had no idea. In Denmark, they screen at 55. Fair enough. I think in the US it's a little later, but I'm not sure. Eric, that would be so cool. There is so much awesome story in the first stage. When you read like the Silmarillion, you realize that the story of Lord of the Rings almost feels completely meaningless and small compared to all the other events that took place before it. It almost feels like a passing thought in the grand scheme of things compared to all the other epic things that happened. In fact, I think at the end of the Silmarillion, there is like a couple pages devoted to the events of the Lord of the Rings. And it's almost mentioned like in passing. Like, and by the way, this kind of happened in the Third Age. The problem with your dream, though, is that the Tolkien estate is super, super protective of all that material before the events of the Lord of the Rings. So it's super hard to get any media out of that.
Stay a moment.
Even the Rings of Power show, that garbage from Amazon, they didn't have the rights to any of that content, only the stuff that was in the appendix of Lord of the Rings. Oh, Rydard, you have to listen to the audiobook read by, God, what's his name? I want to say it's Philip Dragash. It is absolutely spectacular. He mixes in audio, like with the soundtrack from the Lord of the Rings movie and sound effects. It is so good, man. When I listened to that for the first time, it felt like I was watching one of the Lord of the Rings movie for the first time again. It felt like a brand new experience. It was almost life-changing, okay? I get a little excited about that audiobook. I haven't tried the Andy Serkis one, but I cannot recommend the Philip Dragash one more. Let me put it in the chat. I think this is the name, and I think that's how you spell it. Yeah, definitely check it out one day if you have a chance. If you're a fan of Lord of the Rings, you will not be disappointed. And the cool thing is that it's free. He wasn't able to sell it because he used the music from Howard Shore from the movies. So he couldn't profit from it. So basically the only way you can get it is for free. Bluefex audiobook of The Hobbit. I have not heard that one. Yeah, just Google that. Google that name and Lord of the Rings Audioscape or something, and you'll find it. I think it's on archive.org. I did a promo of that audiobook in one of the Lord of the Rings Online episodes that I did. I don't know which of the 835 episode it was, but I put like a little sample of the audiobook in there to hopefully hook some people on it. Convince them to go get it. I don't know, nothing ever captured the feel of going in and watching one of the Lord of the Rings movies for the first time. Like, you've been waiting all year for the Two Towers to come out, and then after that you've been waiting all year for the Return of the King, and that feeling that you got being there, that's kind of what I got listening to that audiobook all those years later. So it felt pretty magical for me. Ah, good old Skorgrim. One of the perennial foes here of Lord of the Rings Online. Good, I'm glad you found it. And I'll definitely have to check out the Andy Serkis one as well. He's a really good actor. And he's very enthusiastic, obviously, with his voicing, so I'm sure he's done an excellent job on his audiobook too. Yeah, next time I'm gonna read Lord of the Rings, maybe I'll try that audiobook to go along with it. Oh, really, Eric? Is that a relatively new audiobook, or has it been out for a while? Because I remember after finishing the Philip Dragash audiobook, I started looking for something similar with The Hobbit, and I couldn't really find anything. So maybe it's a little more recent, or maybe I just missed it in my research.
Saruman's treachery has delayed me too long. I can only hope that Frodo and Sam have left the Shire. Without my aid, their road will be a perilous one. Frodo must rely upon the Rangers and your prowess to see him to the end.
That is such a classic cutscene. I can only hope Frodo and Sam have left the Shire. I've heard that so many times.
What can I do for you?
What do I want here? Probably the gloves. Yeah, I want the gloves.
Stay a moment.
Hey, Gormy. Welcome in. How's it going? Okay. I think I want to go to Breland. So I think if I take a pony to Thorin's Hall... Well, actually... Let me open up the quest. Let me see what I got in here. So I could talk to this guy. Yeah, let me just finish this quest. Kellandul is just down the hill here. Let me get rid of these task quests for now. You do think it's more recent? Okay. So maybe when I looked for something like that, it wasn't out yet. So I'll definitely have to check it out. It's been a while since I read The Hobbit.
At your service and your families. Come and stay a moment, friend.
Fine, I'll kill some dour hands here. I can't remember if this turns into a giant quest chain. It's that I said if I made it to Bree, I was going to end the stream because I've been going for over 5 hours, but I'm having fun. I don't want to end just yet, so I'm going to prolong it a little bit. Do a few more quests here. You watch the trilogy every December? Nice. Yeah, that was my tradition as well. Every December, around the time when the movies came out, which was usually like the 16th, 17th of December. But admittedly, I've missed a few years. That's a great tradition. I hope you're watching the extended editions, right? Gormy, I am on Brandywine server. Yes, of course. Extended editions. Yeah, one of my fondest memories as a kid was when Return of the King came out. I don't know if you guys remember this or were old enough to remember, but when Return of the King came out, it was gonna come out, I think, like on a Wednesday or Thursday or something, but they did this massive event called Trilogy Tuesday, where before Return of the King, they were gonna screen the extended edition of Fellowship of the Ring, the extended edition of Two Towers, and then screen Return of the King like a day before everybody else, all back to back. And I got to go to that, and it was amazing. It was really incredible. And I remember I skipped school to get the tickets because they were warning that tickets were going to sell out quick. So I skipped school so I could get on the computer and buy the tickets. And I am so glad I did because those tickets sold out in like 10 minutes. I'm not even joking. Because it was only some select theaters across the country that did it. And within 10 minutes, all the tickets were sold. It was crazy. So I skipped school to get the tickets, and then I skipped school again to actually go watch the event. Because naturally, the name Trilogy Tuesday implies that it was on a weekday. But man, was that a good time. Yeah, I got the little film strips as a souvenir. That's right, Lewis. I think I actually showed them off in one of the Lord of the Rings Online episodes. I probably gave this little speech about Trilogy Tuesday in one of the episodes and probably edited in the little film strips at the end.
Greetings, traveler.
Yes, Flork, you did miss something. You missed basically the entire stream. Sorry to say. Welcome in, though. Always glad to have you in here. Definitely appreciate you. Yeah, let me see here. I have been streaming for 5 hours and 10 minutes. And it is 3:15 in the morning, so I'm actually getting ready to finish up here. I think I'm going to make it to Bree and then go from there. It's alright, Flork. We've just been kind of geeking out here. All of us Lord of the Rings nerds, we've just been talking about the good old days and Lord of the Rings and MMOs and games and stuff like that. It's been a fun stream. Usually my streams don't get many people, but it's been very active today. It's so much fun when there's actually people here and we're all chatting.
At your service and your families.
A 25th anniversary Peter Jackson cut? That would be cool. A truck adapted to be a cinema? That sounds wild, man. But it sounds like that could be very immersive, you know? Because if you're, like, locked in this small environment inside a truck, it feels like it could be very immersive. I don't know. How did you like it? Was it a good experience or a bad experience? You said it was crazy, but crazy could be good or crazy could be bad. Yeah, right, darn. There is so much unused footage for the movies. You know what's actually really, really cool to watch? Is all of the behind-the-scenes stuff that came on the DVDs with the extended edition releases of the movies. There's hours and hours of behind-the-scenes stuff, and just watching those is like an experience in and of itself. It's shot like documentary style, and it's really, really well done, and you learn so much, and you see so much unused stuff. It's really cool. You sound like the type of person who's already seen that, but if you haven't, get your hand on those extended edition DVDs and watch all the extra features.
I am at your service.
Alright, to Thorin's Gate, and then I should be able to swift travel to Bree from there. Yeah, I think I've seen it on YouTube. I think, yeah, there's a channel that has, like, the entire playlist. The only problem is I think, at least the one I looked at, it was uploaded in, like, 480p, so the quality was terrible, but it's still all up there. Oh, you're talking about a specific video where they probably just stitched all the unreleased footage? I'm talking about like the behind the scenes stuff, like the making of. They came on the little DVDs with the extended editions, the original release of the extended editions. You did 5 hours of Temporos? Nice. Yeah, I recorded a Temporos episode to release as an episode and not a stream, but I'm not releasing it yet because I want to grind Temporos for a little while longer to get enough flakes to get the full angler outfit. And I'm halfway there. I think when I did the reward pools, I got how much? Like I got around 2,400, and I think you need 4,800 total for the full outfit. And I think I've done about 5-6 hours of Temporos, so I probably need to do another 5 or 6. Gormy, I'm probably not gonna play River Hobbits. I'm so busy doing the main Lord of the Rings online series with the Warden. And then this Mariner thing is just kind of on the side for fun. I'm probably not going to spend much time playing other classes or races or anything like that. Your first time doing Bree? Yeah, Bree is a pretty big beginner area. There's a ton of quests to do in there. Especially if you're trying to do every quest. There's a lot to do there. And then there's the new area. Well, it's not new anymore, but Wildermore, which I think kind of branches off from Bree. I've never done that yet. I'm looking forward to getting to it on my main character. Rydarn, unfortunately, I do not stream very much. I am not a streamer. I mainly do videos for my channel. I like to organize the videos and make sure everything is polished in the way I want it, so I've never been a big streamer. I just recently started streaming maybe a few months ago, and I started streaming old school RuneScape because you do a lot of grinding in that game, so it's very streamer friendly. Just something I'm trying out. And then the Lord of the Rings, this is the first time I'm streaming Lord of the Rings online. Just because a majority of the people who watch my channel are a fan of the Lord of the Rings online series, so I thought it would be fun to do a stream.
Greetings.
So I don't really have any plans in terms of streaming Lord of the Rings online. Like I said, it's just, I don't know, every once in a while whenever I feel like it. Or if you guys are demanding it. I don't want it to take away from my focus of doing the main Lord of the Rings online series. I don't want this to turn into a thing where, you know, I'm falling behind on the series because I'm streaming. I agree. Initially, the stream was not fun because it was just technical issues and the internet going down and there was no one here. But once all you guys popped in here, I've been having a lot of fun talking with all of you. So I definitely want to do more of this. I'll have to figure out a more organized way, a more scheduled way. That way you guys know when to expect streams and things like that. So for right now, I don't have anything in the books, but I'll figure something out. I definitely do want to continue doing streams from time to time, and ideally I want to do it in an organized and scheduled fashion. But either way, I'll announce it on Discord, I'll announce it on Twitter. We'll figure it out. Yeah, to be honest, the gameplay kind of feels like a blur right now. I don't really know what happened with the gameplay. I was just kind of clicking buttons around because I feel like I was so focused on chat. That's where my mind was. And that's a good thing because I was having a lot of fun chatting with you guys. So sorry if the gameplay itself was not very, like, engaging. I feel like I was just on autopilot with that and just mainly paying attention to the chat. Yeah, right, Arn. I definitely thought about doing something like that. Where every few episodes or something, I might live stream it. The problem with that is that whenever I record for Lord of the Rings Online, I kind of do it in chunks. So I'll binge record like 15 episodes or something, and then I'll slowly start releasing them, if that makes sense. So that I have enough content to get me through without having to take a break from the series. So if I were to stream an episode, that would throw the schedule off, if that makes sense. Because I would have, let's say I record 10 episodes, and then I want to stream one. So I'd have to wait for the 10 episodes to upload, and then I would have to stream, and then I would have to immediately start recording the next episodes so that there's no gap. So that's the problem with that. I did think about live streaming a season. So finding a season that will be easy to record, maybe something like Yonder Shire or something. When I get there, just do that full season live streamed. But yeah, the deeds, you're right. I think that's definitely going to be something that I'll be doing from now on, is whenever I'm grinding deeds, I'll probably do that. I can actually get through deeds pretty quickly. Like, usually it only takes me like an hour or two to get all the deeds done, but that's still an hour or two that I can stream. And I'll be honest with you guys, I usually do the double thing. That item that doubles the amount of kills that count towards the deed whenever I'm grinding deeds, but if I'm going to stream it, I might stop using that item. That way, grinding the deeds takes a little longer, so I can stream for a little longer. So I might do that. But yeah, no, I had a ton of fun tonight with you guys. I appreciate all you guys that came in here. And it was so fun to the point that I definitely want to think about a way to stream more regularly. It's been a good time. But yeah, I'm super tired. I stayed up all last night trying to get all these tech issues resolved and figure out how to get the stream running. Because I was having issues with this game in particular. So I barely got any sleep last night. And then right now it's 3:30 in the morning. So I'm out of here. Thank you guys so much. I'll catch you on the next stream. If you guys are not already a part of the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. We're always chatting in there. So it's fun. There's not many people in there, but we chat a little bit. Trying to grow that family too. I don't know what else to say. I'm a little delirious because I am tired, but thank you guys again. I appreciate all of you. Had a lot of fun talking with each and every one of you. Nerding out as always. So thanks and see you next time.